Hello, everybody. We are returning for our lovely reading session. I know you have totally loved reading so far. You have loved you have embraced reading with me. Hello, Music Boy. I wasn't actually trying to be gone for 10 minutes, but hey, it happens. 10 minutes, I think. Now, today's stream might go on a little longer because I literally started at this time for a reason. I have found it funny so far. Some things are funny. And so what happened was that I was actually going to log on and stream yesterday, but I was so tired and exhausted because despite the fact that we were reading and the fact that I said I was going to take the quizzes after I was done reading, I didn't do the test after I was done because it was super late each and every time we started reading. So I had to spend yesterday doing 3 whole tests, which wouldn't be all that bad if it wasn't for the fact that each and every time I kept going, I wanted to just go take a nap. Just further and further wanted me to go take a nap. To be honest, I only got here 2 minutes ago. I was not here for a full 10 minutes. Yeah, that makes sense. Sounds about right. Alright, so we got, so pretty much we have gotten all the way from we have read chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We are going on to 6. What I'm possibly going to do is for the next 2 weeks, we are probably going to blaze through these chapters. If I get chapter 6 done today, which we will, it is possible that we might be able to get, if I plan this accordingly, we might do this this week. I might do 7, 8, 9 this week, and 10, 11, 12 the following week, and that'll get me done with reading, just period. That'll get me done permanently with reading. And I will be so happy. I will be so happy. I will be so happy. So, shall we continue on with chapter 6? And so, last time we went through chapter 5. Chapter 5 was very short. It was only like 27 pages, and it was talking about Linux, Windows, and all that stuff. It was teaching you how to open your applications. It was teaching us about applications, guys. We could read it again, but I would rather, I'd rather go to prison. Alright, so, we are now in chapter 6. Application software, desktop, and mobile device, and mobile apps. Quick thing, did you guys hear about what, like, the Angry Birds people are doing right now? They kind of shot themselves in the foot again. I don't understand these graphic designers. I don't want you. Your stuff's ugly. Not sure if anybody got it though, but when I pushed the live thing, when I put the live thing on Twitter, I was kind of doing that joke thing where it's like, daring today, aren't we? The whole like Squidward meme. That was hilarious. Alright. Page 1, everybody. We have about over 30 pages to get through. Definitely not as bad as last time. That was over 37 pages. But let us get done with chapter 6, and then we actually will take a break and create thumbnails and stuff, because I need to upload all the VODs, but I don't have any thumbnails. Basics of application software. All computer users should be familiar with the basic characteristics and concepts related to application software. Apps. For instance, the difference between the different possible ownership rights and delivery method used with application software, how software for personal computers and mobile devices differ, and the basic commands that are common to most types of application software. Although these topics are discussed next in the context of application software, they also apply to other types of software, such as system software, discussed in Chapter 5, and programming languages, discussed in Chapter 11. Shh. Software ownership rights. The ownership rights of a software program specify the allowable use of the program. After a software program is developed, the developer, typically an individual or an organization, holds the ownership rights for the program and decides whether or not the program can be sold, shared with others, or otherwise distributed. When a software program is purchased, the buyer is not actually buying the software. Instead, the buyer is acquiring a software license that permits him or her to use the software. The license, also called an End-User License Agreement, EULA, specifies the conditions under which the buyer can use the software, such as the number of devices on which it is installed. Mobile apps may instead display a Terms of Use agreement that lists what smartphone resources the app will access. In either case, the license agreement or terms of use agreement is usually displayed and must be agreed to by the user at the beginning of the software installation process. Regardless of the device being used, software typically falls into 4 basic categories of software: commercial software, shareware, freeware, and public domain software. Each of these types of software has different ownership rights. As discussed next. In addition, software that falls into any of these 4 categories can also be open source software, which are programs made up of source code that is available to the public. An open source program might be copyrighted, but individuals and businesses are allowed to modify the program and redistribute it. The only restrictions are that changes must be shared with the open source community, and the original copyright notice must remain intact. For more information about open source software, see Inside Industry Box. No, I'm not. I think what's actually looking back, I think the most interesting thing about last chapter is that they didn't mention Opera. They didn't mention Opera, or they didn't mention DuckDuckGo. I was actually kind of shocked. I'm like, remember that. I realized that just now. So that tells you how old this textbook is. Opera wasn't a thing yet. Which is sad, because the Opera Twitter account is like actually hilarious. Commercial software is software that is developed and sold for profit. When you buy a commercial software program, it typically comes with a single user license, which means you cannot legally make copies of the installation program or CD to give to your friends, and you cannot legally install the software on your computer using your copy. You cannot even install the software on a second computer that you own unless allowed by the license. For example, some software licenses state the program must be installed in only one device, or others can be installed on one desktop computer and one portable computer belonging to the same individual. To determine which activities are allowed for a particular commercial software program, refer to its software license. Schools and businesses that need to install software on a large number of computers or need to have the software available to multiple users over a network can usually obtain a site license or network license for the number of users needed. I don't think your textbook predates Opera. Opera came out in 1995. Not that it predates Opera, I mean like Opera wasn't relevant, because it mentions Windows, it mentions OS X, it mentions Linux, and did it mention anything else? Did they mention anything else? They mentioned Mac OS. They mentioned like a couple of them, but like now that Opera's on like everybody's radar now, like, if this book was up to date, I don't doubt it would not mention it. I just think that's just kind of interesting. That's like why I brought it up. Yeah. Opera's paving the way. It is the new Chrome. And all for it too. The moment I transfer everything, I'm getting Opera. I've been like on the fence about it, but like at the same time, it's like, let's be real here. Chrome's already got everybody's data. Might as well go over there. In addition to their full versions, some commercial softwares are available in a demo or trial version. Typically, these versions can be used free of charge and distributed to others, but often they are missing some key features, such as the ability to save or print a document, or they will not run after the trial period expires. Because these programs are not designed as replacements for the free base version, it is ethical to use them only to determine if you would like to buy the full program. If the decision is made against purchasing the product, the demo or trial version should be uninstalled from your computer. Recent trends in computing, such as multiprocessing, virtualization, mobile computing, and cloud inputting, all discussed in earlier chapters of this book, are leading to new software licensing issues for commercial software companies. For example, software companies must decide whether the number of installations allowed by the license is counted by the number of computers on which the software is installed. The total number of processors or CPU cores used by those computers, or the number of individuals using installed or virtual copies of the software at any given time. Some Microsoft software, for instance, is licensed pre-processor regardless of the number of cores each processor has. And for some server software used within a virtual environment, Microsoft computes the number of users based on a pre-running instance. That is, the number of software instances, installed or virtual, being used at any given time instead of how many virtual environments the software is actually available to. Another option is using license tokens that are drawn from a central license server when the application is running and returned to the server when the application is finished. This system allows the number of tokens used by the individual computer to vary depending on the computing hardware, such as number of cores being used, but still ensures that the number of users accessing the software at any one time does not exceed the limits specified in the software license. Software vendors are expected to continue to develop and implement new licensing models to address these and other trends in the future. Shareware programs are software programs that are distributed on the honor system. Most shareware programs are available to try free of charge, but typically require a small fee if you choose to use the program regularly. By paying the requested registration fee, you can use the program for as long as you want to use it and may be entitled to product support, updates, and other benefits. You can legally and ethically copy shareware programs to pass along to friends and colleagues for evaluation purposes, but those individuals are expected to pay the shareware fee if they decide to keep the product. Many shareware programs have a specified trial period, such as 1 month. Although it is not illegal to use shareware past the specific trial period, it is unethical to do so. Ethical use of shareware dictates either paying for the program or uninstalling it from your computer at the end of the trial period. Shareware is typically much less expensive than commercial versions of similar software because it is often developed by a single programmer and because it uses the shareware marketing system to sell directly to consumers, typically via a variety of software download sites, such as the one shown in Figure below, with little or no packaging or advertising expenses. Shareware authors stress that the ethical use of shareware helps to cultivate this type of software distribution. Legally, shareware and demo versions of commercial software are similar, but shareware is typically not missing key features. Shareware. I'm trying to think, what is shareware? It's technically Netflix shareware. Because, like, it's quote unquote free, but you gotta, like, pay for it. But then you can, like, before Netflix decided to kick the bucket on that password sharing for like a whole 24 hours. Technically, it would technically be considered shareware, right? Freeware programs are software programs that are given away by the author or for others that use free of charge. Although freeware is available without charge and can be shared with others, the author retains the ownership rights to the program. You cannot do anything with it. No. Okay, so it's not freeware. I mean shareware. What would be shareware then? I guess. I guess probably something like Clip Studio would be because that would be Clip Studio falls under like licensing, so I guess we'll just I don't know, I'll find out. Program, all right. Freeware without charge and share with others, the author retains the ownership rights to the program, so they cannot do anything with it, such as sell it or modify it. That is not expressly allowed by the author. Freeware programs are frequently developed by individuals. Commercial software companies sometimes release freeware as well. Like shareware programs, freeware programs are widely available all over the internet. In fact, many apps available at the App Store used with mobile devices are freeware. Let's see. There we go. I'm just fixing the mic. Public domain software is not copyrighted. Instead, the ownership rights to the program have been donated to the public domain. Consequently, it is free and can be used, copied, modified, or distributed to others without restriction. An asset flip. Desktop versus mobile software. Notebooks per computers, table computers, and other portable computers typically run the same application software as desktop computers. However, smartphones and other mobile devices, such as iPads and other tablets, typically require mobile software, also called mobile apps. That is, software specifically designed for a specific type of mobile device and operating system, such as an iPhone or an Android tablet. A wide variety of apps are available today. For instance, there is a mobile version of popular programs like Word and PowerPoint, games and other entertainment games and other entertainment apps, business and reference tools, calendars and communications apps, location-based apps, financial and banking apps, health and fitness apps, web browsers, and more. In fact, there are more than 1 million apps available via the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Many mobile apps are available free of charge or for a minimum cost such as 99 cents. For a look at recent trends in the mobile apps, mobile tickets, trend box. A shareware is like I make a program like OBS and you like it and you send it to you and say, Shareware is like I make a program like OBS and you like it and I send it to you and say if you like give me $5. Netflix is a subscription service who just relax on password sharing. You don't pay, your access is cut. Okay. I think I get it. So basically it's kind of like it's kind of just like an exchange. It's just like an exchange with the original programmer. Like you get the download code from the actual person, whereas freeware is just the link is already out there. If that's what I'm getting. So basically, it's like early access. Shareware is like early access, but like it's like closer with like the developer, if that's what I'm saying. Interesting. Very interesting. Close. Okay. I think I'm getting it. I'm getting it, guys. Look, Mom, computing. Alright. In addition to having more compact, efficient appearance, many mobile apps include features for easier data input, such as an on-screen keyboard, a phrase list, its voice input capabilities, or handwriting recognition capabilities. Some mobile apps are designed to be compatible with popular desktop software, such as Microsoft Office, Windows apps go one step further by being able to run on any Windows 10 device. Windows programs that run only on PC are called Windows desktop applications. The desktop version of the most common Microsoft Office programs are illustrated later in the chapter. A more technical definition is shareware is a software that is available free of charge and often distributed informally for evaluation, after which a fee may be requested for continued use. Okay, I think I get it. Hold on real quick. A lot of ad blockers are shareware. Oh, okay. Now I'm getting a clearer picture of it. Basically, it's like it's like third-party add-ons. They're either freeware or shareware. Stuff like that. So, like a VPN. VPNs and stuff, right? No. Okay, so VPNs are not shareware. Basically, just a couple of ad blockers and stuff like that. So basically kind of like that, I guess. Okay. It's because like VPNs are technically subscription based, right? And like some VPNs are still freeware as well. Like I know for Opera they have a free VPN already pre-installed. And you don't have to pay for it, I think, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Alright. Let's continue. Installed versus cloud software. No. Most VPNs are subscription service. Some are freeware and some are shareware, but most are subscription services. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Alright, let's continue. Installed versus cloud software. I see the potential for cloud software, but like, if we're gonna get like stuff that happened with the Kingdom Hearts release, I'd rather not. I understand, but like, it's kind of like what everybody says. The moment they shut down the service, you're just gonna lose all your games. Nobody likes it. Especially, like, I bring up the Kingdom Hearts thing because that was a disaster. I was like, I'm gonna go buy Kingdom Hearts. And then I see what they did with, like, the cloud version of what they did for the Nintendo Switch. And everybody collectively just, like, face-palmed. It was so delayed. It was so bad. Install versus cloud software. Software also differs in how it is accessed by the end user. It can be installed on or run from the end user's computer, or installed on and run from a network server in a network setting, or it can be a cloud software that is accessed by the end user over the internet. Let's see. Installed software. Installed software must be installed on the device being used before it is run. Desktop software can be purchased in physical form, such as on a DVD, or downloaded via an app store, such as Windows Store or Mac Apple Store, or a website, such as the one shown in Blah. Mobile software is almost always downloaded from an app store, such as the App Store or Google Play. In either case, the program is installed using its installation program. Once the software is installed, it is ready to use. Whether or not installed software requires a fee depends on whether the program is a commercial, demo, trial, shareware, freeware, or public domain program. As for a look of ongoing issues with the software downloads today, they actually did it. I can't believe they actually put that in a textbook. Shareware is free at first, but then it later asks later asks for or requires you to pay to continue. Okay. What is it? For a look at an ongoing issue with software downloads today, crapware, use technology and use box. I'm not gonna do that. Dang. Instead of being available for an installed format, some software is run directly from the internet as cloud software, also referred to as web-based software, software as a service, SaaS, and cloudware. Cloud software is delivered on demand via the web to wherever the user is at the moment, provided he or she has an internet connection and has paid to use the software if a payment is required. The use of cloud software is growing rapidly, and a recent study estimated that SaaS spending worldwide has exceeded $100 billion in 2016. Typically, documents created using cloud software are stored online so that they are accessible via any internet-enabled device. Crapware, that's a new one. Never heard of that one before. This textbook was probably that's what I was like. I'm like, wow, you're allowed to say that in a textbook? Whoa, we got we got an edgy boy over here. It feels like I've heard that somewhere before, but it was probably just someone who made it up. Delivered via demand, blah blah blah, 2016, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Oh, it's the same thing as what I call bloatware. Come on, it's not that bad. Sure, the start button doesn't play. Sure, Cyberpunk wasn't that bad. I like how some people will say, like, it got better. It got updated to be better. And it's like, my guy, the amount of copium you are huffing is so large, it's gonna make Cocaine Bear blush. There's a wider range of cloud software available. Some software is offered in both installed and cloud versions. For instance, the latest version of Microsoft Office is available as a traditional installed version, Office 2016, or a subscription-based cloud version, Office 365. I'd rather just buy the 2016 version, because I'm not paying for monthly. I'm already swamped as is. There's also a free cloud version of Office available called Office Online. In addition, many business software services are offered as SaaS, including applications geared for collaboration, scheduling, customer service, accounting, project management, and more. Typically, business SaaS applications use a subscription, often per user per month pricing scheme. As it evolves, cloud software is beginning to move from single standalone applications to groups of products that can work together to fulfill a wide variety of needs. For instance, the Google Docs homepage provides access to the Google Docs applications, but it also allows easy access for other Google online apps and services, such as Gmail, Calendar, Drive, Photos, and Web Search. That's actually what I'll say about cloud. I feel like the only good cloud is Google Docs. But it's only because I've used it for like so long. It's clean. It looks clean. It's sleek. It's simple. Just don't do cloud gaming. One advantage of cloud software over installed software is that the program and your files can be accessed from any computer with an internet connection, regardless of the type of computer or operating system used. Some can also be accessed via smartphone, tablet, or other type of internet-enabled mobile device. This makes cloud software especially appropriate for applications like shared scheduling and collaboration applications that are time critical because documents and other data can be shared regardless of an individual's location or device. Other advantages of cloud software include ease of implementation, potential lower cost of ownership, improved collaboration capabilities, and always working with the most current version of the software without having to perform software updates on company computers. In addition, cloud applications can easily interface with existing online databases, such as online maps and property records. For instance, the real estate application accessed via a Zillow website is shown in Pliger Blah, utilizing maps, property record information, and real estate listing information pulled from various online databases. Some potential disadvantages of cloud software are the online applications tend to run more slowly than applications stored on a local hard drive, that many online applications have a limit regarding the file size of the document you created, and that the cost may eventually exceed the cost of buying a similar installed software program. In addition, you cannot access cloud software and your data if the server on which they reside goes down, or if they are in a location with no internet access, such as while traveling or in a rural area. To eliminate this last concern, a growing trend for online applications to also function, at least in part, offline like installed software. For instance, Google Doc users can access the Google Docs application and their documents locally on their computer when needed. Edits are stored locally on the computer when the user is offline, and when the user reconnects to the internet, the changes are synchronized with the document stored on the Google Docs servers. Software suites. Hold on real quick. It's getting hot. I'm back. Software suites. Related software programs such as a group of graphic programs, utility programs, or office-related software are sometimes sold bundled together as a software suite. Businesses and many individuals often use office suites, sometimes called productivity software suites, to produce written documents. Typically, office suites contain the following programs. Word processing software allows the user to easily create and edit complex text-based documents that can also include images and other content. Spreadsheet software provides users with a convenient means of creating documents containing complex mathematical calculations. Database software allows users to store and organize vast amounts of data and retrieve specific information when needed. Presentation graphic software allows users to create visual presentations to convey information more easily to others. And others. One of the most widely used Office software suites is Microsoft Office. The latest version is Microsoft Office 2016, called Office 365 when purchased as an online subscription. Similar suites are available from Corel, WordPerfect Office and Corel Office, and Apple iWork. Free alternatives installed Office suites are LibreOffice and Apache OpenOffice. Free cloud Office suites include Google Docs and Office Online. Many Office suites are available in a variety of versions, such as a home or student version that contains fewer programs than a professional version. Increasingly, software suites are becoming available for multiple operating systems. For example, Microsoft Office and LibreOffice are available for both Windows and OS X computers, as well as for Android and iOS devices. The primary advantage of using software suites include a common interface among programs in the suite and a total cost that is often lower than buying the programs including in the same suite individually. Although most programs written for the same operating system, such as Windows or OS X, use similar interfaces and commands, the entire command interface for a software suite is usually very similar from program to program. This similarity is not only for basic commands such as save and print, but also for all commands such as adding borders and shading or inserting a row or column that appear in more than one program for the suite. The standardization of the user interface across all programs in the suite means that once you are familiar with how to use one program in a suite, you will probably find it easy to learn many programs in the suite. Common software commands. One of the greatest advantages of using software programs of paper and pencil to create a document is that you do not have to create the entire document when you want to make changes to it. This is because the document is created in RAM and then saved on a storage medium, instead of being created directly on paper. Consequently, the document can be retrieved, modified, saved, and printed as many times as needed. The types of commands used to perform these tasks are similar in most application programs. The most common way to issue commands to application programs are discussed next. Toolbars, menus, keyboard shortcuts, and the ribbon. Most commands in the application program are issued through menus, keyboard shortcuts, and command buttons located on the toolbar or ribbon. The menu bar appears at the top of many windows and contains text-based list menus, which provide access to commands that can be selected to perform actions in that program. Many programs also have toolbars, set of icons or command buttons that are selected with the mouse pen or finger to issue commands. To save time, many programs support keyboard shortcuts, which are key combinations and that correspond to specific commands, such as Ctrl+S for the save command. This keyboard shortcut is used by holding down the Control key and pressing the S key. Have I branded my intelligence to you guys yet? A list of common keyboard shortcuts used in Microsoft Office and many other programs is shown in Figure below, along with examples from the command button typically used to perform these operations and a description of each operation, as shown in this figure. Some keyboard shortcuts include function keys, such as Alt plus F4 to close a document. The ribbon is a tool recent versions of Microsoft Office The ribbon is a tool in recent versions of Microsoft Office, starting with Office 2007. The ribbon consists of tabs, which contains groups of related command buttons for the program being used. For convenience, most programs have a Home tab that contains the most frequently used commands in that program, in addition to the standard ribbon tabs that are available. Whenever the program is open, additional contextual tabs are displayed as needed, depending on the actions being taken. For instance, selecting a picture or other graphic in Word displays the Pictures Tools tab that contains commands you might use to edit a picture, such as crop, resize, rotate, or recolor the picture. Clicking a command button on the ribbon either carries out the command or displays a gallery of choices from which the user can select the desired action. The File tab replaces the Microsoft Office button in the File menu using the older version of Office and opens the Backstage, which contains a command commonly used with all documents, such as to open, save, print, or share a document. Open, save, print, or share a document. Editing a document. Editing a document refers to changing the contents of the document, such as adding or deleting text or moving a block of text from one location in a document to another location in that document. Most application programs that allow text editing have an insertion point that looks like a blinking vertical line on the screen and shows where the next change will be made to the document currently displayed on the screen. To insert text, just start typing To insert text, just start typing and the text will appear at the insertion point location. To delete text, press the delete key to delete one character on the right of the insertion point. And press the backspace key to delete the character. That's the insertion point. If the insertion point is not in the proper location for the edit, it must be moved to the appropriate location. Can we please update this book on what we actually know as a society? Location to the mouse, pen, or finger. To select an object or block of text, click the object or drag over the text. Usually once an object or some text is selected, it can be manipulated, such as to be moved, deleted, copied, or formatted. Formatting a document. Have I suffered enough? While editing changes the actual contents of the document, formatting changes the appearance of the document. One common type of formatting is changing the appearance of selected text in a document. You can change the font face or typeface, a command collection of text characters that share a common design, such as Calibri or Times New Roman. Font size, which is measured in points. Text font size, such as bold, italic, or underline, and font color, see figure below. Other common types of formatting include changing the line spacing or margins of a document, adding page numbers, and adding shading to borders, or adding shading or borders to a paragraph image or other item. Formatting is discussed in more detail shortly. Getting help. You know, I could make so many jokes with that phrase alone. Most people have an occasional question, or otherwise need some help as they work with a software program. There are various options for getting help when you need it. For instance, most application programs have a built-in help feature, typically available through a help button or a help option on a menu. The type and amount of built-in help available varies from program to program, but typically includes one or more of the following forms: Table of contents works much like the table of contents in a book, that is, with related help topics organized under the main topic. With most help systems, selecting a main topic reveals the subtopics related to that main topic. Subtopics can then be selected until the desired help topic is displayed. Selecting a help topic displays information related to that topic on the screen. Browsing allows you to click hyperlinks related to a major help categories. Similar to the table of contents, but each time a topic is clicked, a new page containing links appears, similar to the way web pages work. Clicking a link representing a help topic displays information related to the topic on the screen. Search allows you to search for help topics by typing a keyword or phrase, and then the help system displays a list of links to possible matching help topics. Clicking to help topic link display information related to that topic on the screen. Some help systems automatically search for online help with the manufacturer's website if the program detects an internet connection. In addition, there's a vast amount of additional information about application software programs available via the web, such as online articles, tutorials, and forums for particular software programs, as well as an email support from software companies. Of course, online and offline books are also available for many software applications. Word processing concepts. Word processing is one of the most widely used application programs today. Although the actual commands and features vary somewhat from program to program, it is important to be familiar with the general concept of what word processing enables you to do, as well as the basic features of word processing. The following section discusses these concepts and features. Word processing is using a computer and word processing software to create, edit, save, and print without written documents such as letters, contracts, manuscripts, newsletters, invoices, marketing material, and reports. At its most basic level, word processing is used to do what was done on a typewriter before computers were commonplace. Many documents created with word processing software also include content that was not possible to create using a typewriter, such as a photo, drawn object, clipped art, images, hyperlinks, video clips, and text in a variety of sizes and appearances. Like any document created with software instead of a pencil and paper, word processing documents can be retrieved, modified, and printed as many times as needed. Word processing programs today typically include improved collaboration security, and right management tools. Tools used to protect original contents from misuse by others. Rights management and intellectual rights are discussed in more detail in Chapter 13. Digital signatures, encryption, and other security tools that can be used to secure word processing documents are discussed in Chapter 9. Word processing programs today are also typically include a variety of web-based tools such as as well as support for speech, pen, and touch input. For a look at how to use gesture input with Microsoft Word and other Microsoft Office programs on touch devices, see How It Works box. No. Virtually all formal writing today is performed using a word processing program. Among today's most frequently used word processing programs are Microsoft Word, Corel Word Perfect, Google Docs, and Apple Pages, all part of software suites. Most word processing programs offer hundreds of features, but virtually all support a core group of features used to write, edit, and format documents. Some of these basic features are described in the next few sections, using Microsoft Word 2016 as an example. Recent versions of Word save documents using the .docs extension by default, although other file formats, including the original doc Word format for files that may need to be opened in older versions of Word, the most universal rich text format, RTF, and open document formats, the standardized portable document PDF format, and several web page formats can be used instead when needed. Hold on real quick, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Go back. I probably should have put that intermission up. I did not think I was be gone that long. Needed. Creating a word processing document. Oh my gosh. They're gonna make you do the... I don't want to read this. There's just a whole wall of text. Jeez. Do you want to know how to do a spreadsheet? Jeez. Alright. Let's take the hustle. Every word processing program contains an assortment of operations for creating and editing documents, including commands to insert text, graphics, and other items, and then move, copy, paste, move, copy, delete, or otherwise edit the content and as needed. Some features are in a typical word processing program are shown in blah. When entering text in a word processing document, it is important to know when to press the enter key. Word processing program is a feature called word warp, which means the insertion point automatically moves to the beginning of the next line when the end of the screen line is reached. Consequently, the enter key should not be pressed until it is time to begin a new paragraph. How much of this stuff did you already know? I know good and well how to use Word, Microsoft Word. I've been using it since I was in, at least 4th, 5th grade. Maybe not everything about it, because I recently had to relearn how to add page numbers, but it's like stuff that I need, stuff that I actually need. Do I really need to learn about the taskbar in Microsoft Word? I can just look up that look that up on YouTube. This book has to have been made in not even the 2010s. It has to. When did this? I don't even know when this book came out. It's like a PDF file. Each chapter is a PDF file. I'm not even sure if I can look up the title of what this book is even called. I probably can. I'm just too lazy. What year this came out? What year did this book come out? You probably can. Let me see. I know good and well that if I exit out, I'm gonna lose my place. I'm gonna look up the page number. 228. Software. When did this book come out? Jeez. Understanding computers. When did this book come out? 27. What is it called? Issimia does not have name of college or something on title. It says 16th edition, Understanding Computers Today and Tomorrow Comprehensive. Because if this thing came out in 2017, we're actually gonna have to have a word with everybody on campus. I'm having a word with everybody on campus. Originally published February 18th, 2016. Are you kidding me? Half of this stuff people knew by now in 2016. Are you kidding me? Mind you, I've been using Microsoft Word since, like I said, since I was like 4th, 5th, 6th grade. I've been using it since like all the way back then. By this point, I don't want to understand the basics of what makes go, go. But we must continue. Because this is like the most, it's beautiful, isn't it? I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We're learning. We're learning. We're coming up soon, guys. We're gonna make it one day these days. Listen, I complain about this stuff, but hey, if it gets... Oh. Alright, you know, family. Of course the reviews are botted. No wonder the reviews are... Gee, I wonder why. I think what's funny is you can tell when something is botted because the comment sounds so fake. Like, it can be like a real comment, even if someone's like sucking like the toes of just like sucking up to an individual, you can still tell that it's still like real sincerity. But like with a bot, you can just tell. You can tell when someone's like trying to stroke their own ego. You can tell if it's a bot. You can tell if it's sincere. I think that's funny. Oh no, they were too lazy to write anything. Oh, that makes even more sense. That makes way too much sense. All right. Something. Word warp. Word girl, which means the insertion point automatically moves to the beginning of the next line when the end of the screen is reached. Consequently, the enter key should not be pressed until the time to begin a new paragraph or leave a blank line. With the word wrap. That's not funny. I'm not laughing at my own jokes. With word wrap, when changes are made to the document, such as adding, modifying, or deleting text, or changing the text size or page margins, the program will automatically adjust the amount of text on each screen line, as long as the enter key is not pressed at the end of each line. Did you buy it or use waffles? No, the teacher actually provided it. Yet, I still feel like I need my money back. Yeah, I think it would have... Even then, I still think it would have been way easier to read it in person than it is online. On your phone. Phone's too distracting. Computer's too distracting. I know this. No, granted, I don't count that. That was just the worst experience. I'll talk about what I'm talking about later. On another day, probably after the semester ends. This whole textbook fiasco that I had to go through during the beginning of the semester. I hated every inch of it. No, it cost $50 and has so many waffle versions. I'm just happy I didn't pay for it. We're only 1 month into the semester, guys, for this class. And yet I still want my money back. In most word processing programs, formatting can be applied at the character, paragraph, and document levels. Character formatting changes the appearance of individual characters, such as to change the font size, style, font space, size, style, or color. To format characters, you usually select them and then apply the appropriate format. In recent versions of Word, for instance, you can use the command buttons. The command buttons on the ribbon Home tab or mini toolbar, which appears when text is selected and is designated to allow easy text formatting. To see additional character formatting options, click the launcher and small arrow and the lower additional character, whatever. At the lower right corner of the font group on the Home tab is to open the font dialog box, as shown in figure blah. Word includes a live preview feature which allows the user to see the results of many formatting commands before they are applied, such as watching selected text change as the user scrolls through a list of font sizes, a list of font faces or sizes. Paragraph formatting changes the entire paragraph at one time, such as specifying the line space of a particular paragraph. To format paragraphs, you usually select the paragraph and then apply the appropriate format. In Word, for instance, you can use the command button in the paragraph group on the ribbon Home tab, or can click the launcher in the paragraph group to open the paragraph dialog box. The most common types of paragraph formatting include line spacing, indentation, and alignment. Line spacing is the amount of blank space between the lines of text, usually set to 1 for single spacing or 2 for double spacing. Indentation is the distance between the paragraph and the left or right margin. Alignment indicates how the paragraph is aligned in relation to the left and right margins of the documents, such as left, center, right, or justify. What the heck is justify? Flush with both the left and right edge of the document is in the textbook. Tabs are set locations to which the insertion point is moved when the tab keys on the keyboard is pressed. Usually the tab setting is preset for every 1/2 inch, but the tab settings can be changed by the user. Styles, named format specifications, can also be applied on a paragraph by paragraph basis. Styles are used to keep a uniform appearance for related parts of a document. Once a paragraph has been assigned a style, such as one of Word's predefined styles, like heading 1 or a new style defined by the user, all other paragraphs formatted with the style will appear the same, and if any formatting changes are made to the style, those changes will be applied to all paragraphs using that style. Most word processing programs also have a variety of page formatting options, such as changing the margins, the page size being used, the page orientation. The traditional portrait orientation is 8.5 inches wide by 11 inches tall, and the wider landscape orientation is 11 inches wide by 8.5 inches tall. In recent versions of Word, most page formatting options are found on the page layout tab on the ribbon. You can also use the insert tab or footer as shown in figure blah. A header or a footer specified text or images that print automatically on every page unless otherwise specified. A header appears at the top of every page, and a footer appeared at the bottom of every page. Many of these options can be applied to an individual page as page formatting or to the entire document, called document formatting. Other types of document formatting include generating footnotes and endnotes, a table of contents, or an index, as well as applying a background or theme to the entire document. By the way, that's $50 to rent for the rest of the year. Lol, it only has reasonable prices because it's on sale. Of course it's on sale. Here's the thing. If it's lower than it should be, and it's saying reasonable sale, it's not a reasonable sale. It just means I want my money back. Sorry, I had to finish that whole entire page. What I just read just now, what took up an entire page. You like top to bottom the entire page. Some of these paragraphs I'm reading are like at the end of a page with like the boxes and stuff like that, where they have like the little boxes to like show you examples. No, that was just flat out an entire page, and I hated every second of it. I was saying reasonable price because normal buying price for paperback cover is $200. Yet I'm still feel like I'm losing $50 whole. $200, $2. Am I still wasting my time learning how the floor is the floor? Exactly. This would be interesting if we didn't live in a technological age. And had I not literally spent my entire life... Here's the thing. I am a slow typer. I am a very slow... I was worse way back then, but I'm a slow typer because I don't know how to actually properly type. I definitely can still crack out a 1,000-word essay, though, with my 2 fingers. Bet I'm a slow typer. Bro, I literally type with like my 2 index fingers, and I'm able to still crank out 1,000-word essays within like 2 or 3 hours, just because I am that determined to not do the essay the next day. So do I. Exactly. So, I've had time to get used to stuff like Microsoft and Word. Heck, I remember one time I was so slow. This was back then before I mastered my speed typing with my 2 fingers. Where I was so slow, my mom had to type in the rest of the essay and I was better with like my words and reading comprehension because it was so slow. 2 fingers approach at 22 words per minute. Exactly, bro. Exactly. The only times I'm slow is because I want to do something else in the middle of my suffering. Like this. I'm suffering right now, but the only difference is that I can't put it off because it means that I'll have to do it again later. And while yes, I could cheese it, I did cheese some of those test questions like I did yesterday. But I know good and well that if I don't do it in here, I can do that, but then I would be dumb enough to actually out myself out for probably cheating. Which, I mean, I'm not super against academic honesty, but academic honesty means nothing if I'm dying. I do my best, though. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to be academically honest. I'll admit that. Sometimes, though, if you're literally dying because you took 3 quizzes in a row, they're all 40 questions apiece. That's also why we couldn't stream yesterday, because I have to read this, because each and every quiz, aside from the first chapter is 30 questions. Every quiz after that is 40 questions. I want to ask you, do you want to sit through that? Do you want to sit through that? Because we can sit through that together. Ow. I didn't think that would hurt that much, but ow. Alright. Alright, let's go. Tables, graphics, and templates. Most word processing programs today have advanced features to help users create documents or add special features to documents. For instance, a table feature allows content to be organized in a table consisting of rows and columns. Tables can be used to organize basic data, such as the table shown in figure blah. They can also be used to lay out documents, such as when creating a newspaper, resume, or web page. Although I'm mentally slow, so slow typing, not as much of an issue. True. Hey, we work at our own pace. As long as we get the work done. Listen. We can work as slow as molasses. Did you get the work done? I only get a B? Awesome. You got the work on time. And I will probably contest it because you know good and well that I worked on that. I turned it in on time. Don't mess with me. Once a table has been created, shading, borders, and other formatting can be applied to the table or its contents, and rows and columns may be inserted or deleted as needed. There are a number of ribbon tabs that can be used in Word to help others insert and modify tables. For instance, the Insert tab, shown in figure blah, is used to insert tables, as well as pictures, shapes, charts, text boxes, and other objects. Once a table is created and selected, the Table Tools, Contextual tabs, Design and Layout that is active in figure blah, appear on the ribbon and contain commands that can be used to modify the table. Graphics or drawing features are also commonly found in word processing programs. Virtually all word processing programs allow images such as a photograph, a drawing from another program, a geometric shape, or a clip art image, like in figure blah, to be inserted into the document. Once an image is inserted into a document, it can be modified, such as changed the brightness or contrast of the digital photo, cropping an image, converting a color image to grayscale, compressing an image to reduce the file size of the document, or adding borders. The Picture Tool Contextual tab, which is used in Word for these purposes and is displayed on the ribbon whenever an image is selected, is shown in figure blah. Once image is inserted into a document, they can be copied, moved, deleted, or otherwise modified, just like any other object in the document. To help users create documents quickly, many word processing programs have a variety of templates available. A template is a document that is already created and formatted to fit a particular purpose, such as a fax cover sheet, resume, memo, calendar, invoice, newsletter, or web page. Usually placeholder text is included for text, loris impus, that can be customized so that all the user needs to do is replace the text with the appropriate content, loris impus. Oh, no, I'm medically diagnosed as slow. Okay. Okay, I think I get that. Well, we still work at it. We still work, we use it. We do our best with what we got. Regardless. But I don't know. That's pretty much it. But still, we work hard with what we got. Word processing. If you can clearly tell, I have no idea. I don't know what to say. But but we still do it. We still do it. Yeah. As you can tell, I do not know what to say, but I am also very sad because we still have more pages to go. That true, I'm slower than others, but I correct a lot more than others. True, you actually do help me a lot with corrections and stuff. Like, you point out stuff where I'm like, isn't it like this? And you're like, no, it's like this. And then you explain it, and you actually have a good way of breaking it down. So, that I do appreciate. Listen, some people see it as a weakness, but it is our strengths when you apply it correctly. That's just how it is a lot of the time. That's just how it is. Word processing and the web. Most word processing programs today include web-related features, such as the ability to send a document as an email message or post to a blog via the word processing program, the inclusion of web page hyperlinks in documents, and the ability to create or modify web pages. The latest version of Office also includes the ability to collaborate with others online, as well as stream Office apps from and store Office documents in the cloud. Spreadsheet concepts. Now this one, I gotta be real with you guys. Out of everybody in my family, I'm not bad at math, but man, am I slow with it, because let's be real here, it's very obvious that the American education system is busted if math is one of your worst subjects, despite the fact that it is very easy. Another widely used application program is spreadsheet software. Spreadsheet software is commonly used in a variety of businesses and employees, including CEOs, managers, assistants, analysts, and sales representatives. Basic spreadsheet concepts and features are described next. What is a spreadsheet? A spreadsheet is a group of values and other data organized into rows and columns, similar to the ruled paper worksheets traditionally used by bookkeepers and accountants. Spreadsheet software is the type of application software used to create computerized spreadsheets, which typically contain a great deal of numbers and mathematical calculations. In the US, the education system has a 55% benefit rate on average. You know, that says a lot about our society. Blah, blah, blah. Most spreadsheets include formulas that are used to compute calculations based on data entered into the spreadsheet. All formula results are updated automatically whenever any changes are made to the data. Consequently, no manual computations are required, which increases accuracy. In addition, automatic recalculations of formulas allow individuals to modify spreadsheet data as often as necessary, either to create new spreadsheets or to experiment with the various possible scenarios, called what-if analysis, as discussed shortly, to help make business decisions. Spreadsheets... Hold on real quick, everybody. I'll be right back. All right. This stat is over all grade levels. The benefit rates. The benefit rate goes down as grade level goes up, so early grades still have very high benefit rates. Yeah, that makes about much sense. That makes about a sense. I think the only thing I've ever learned in class that benefited me was what pi was. I say that only because I remember our teacher actually tried to teach us taxes, but it was so long ago, and because we're like in 6th grade, we didn't actually learn taxes. Yeah. I'm learning them still now, but like, yeah. Of course, learning how to read and the alphabet and all that early stuff is beneficial. Yeah. It feels weird, because, like, as you get older, like, you're like, why would anybody, like, see this any other way? It feels like when you look back, what is it? I remember, we were doing, like, preschool stuff. I kid you not, this is how I remember it. I looked back at one of my memories and I was like, why are we I think I thought to myself, why did we do, like, the whole, like, putting, what is it? Like, a good example would be, like, how for our class we had to put beans on the B. And it was to teach us, like, the letter B, and I was like, this is fun, but why am I learning about the letter B when I already know what the alphabet is? I was like, huh? I already know this. I guess they were trying to make it fun, but at the same time, I was just kind of like, I guess, yeah. Oh, I was a weird kid. I asked those questions all the time. Teachers sometimes had no answer. Hey, it happens, it happens. It's like, it makes sense, because, you know, you got some kids who, like, genuinely don't know. But, when we were kids, we read a lot of books, and our mom, like, taught us some of this stuff. Not even, like, on purpose. She just was, like, you know, teaching us. I remember, like, she taught us how to, like, do crossword puzzles, though, granted, it was more of me being like, I don't know what to do! I don't want to continue the crossword puzzle! And she's like, you gotta finish the crossword puzzles! I was such a baby back then. It made me who I am today. I have tears of steel now. I may still be a crybaby, but I have tears of steel now. Alright, let's continue with the consequences of spreadsheets. In addition, the automatic recalculation of formulas allows individuals to modify spreadsheet data as often as possible, either to create new spreadsheets or to experiment with various possible scenarios, called what-if analysis, as discussed shortly. To help business decisions, spreadsheet software typically includes a variety of data analysis tools as well as the ability to generate charts. The most commonly used spreadsheet program today is Microsoft Excel, Corel Quattro Pro, which is part of the WordPerfect Office X7 Professional Edition. Sounds like a light novel. What is it? Google Sheets and Apple Numbers. All are part of their respective software suite. Some of the basic features supported by all the spreadsheet and programs are described in the next few sections, using Microsoft Excel 2016 as the example. Recent versions of Excel save spreadsheet files, which the .xlsx extension by default. It's creating a spreadsheet. A single spreadsheet document is often called a worksheet. Most spreadsheet programs allow multiple worksheets to be saved together in a single spreadsheet file called a workbook. Worksheets are divided into rows and columns. The intersection of a row and a column is called a cell. Each cell is identified by its cell address, which consists of the column letter followed by the row number, such as B4 or E22. The cell pointer is used to select a cell. The selected cell is called the active cell or current cell and has a border around it, so it is easy to identify. You can enter content into the active cell as well as apply formatting to content already in the active cell. The cell pointer can be used to select more than one cell. If so, the selected cells are called a range or block. Ranges are always rectangular and are identified by specifying two opposite corners of the range, such as D8 or E9 for the four columns in the range shown in figure below. Usually typed as D8 colon E9 or D8 ... E9, depending on the spreadsheet program being used. As with Word, the Excel interface uses the ribbon, contextual tabs, and mini toolbar and live preview for editing and formatting. Entering data into a spreadsheet cell. I know this sounds dumb and I really could skip this, but unfortunately, we actually will be doing spreadsheets, so may souls. May soulless. Can I have my soul back? Entering data into a spreadsheet cell. Data is entered directly into worksheet cells by clicking a cell to make it the active cell and then typing the data to be contained in that cell. The contents of the active cell can be erased by pressing the delete key or by pressing new content, which replaces the old content of the cell. The data entered into a cell is usually a label, a content value, a formula, a constant value, a formula, or a function. Labels are words, columns, headings, and other non-mathematical data, such as profit statement in January, as shown in figure below. Constant values are numbers such as 105 or 12,740.25 and are entered into a cell without any additional characters, such as a $sign or comma. A formula performs mathematical operations using the contents of the other cells, such as adding or multiplying the values in the specified cell, and displays the results in the cell containing the formula. A function is a named pre-programmed formula, such as to compute the average of a group of cells or to calculate a mortgage payment amount. There are literally hundreds of functions that can be used in spreadsheets for statistical, engineering, math, logical, and text-based computations. The standard mathematical operations used in formulas and functions are shown in figure below. For example of commonly used spreadsheet functions are listed in figure below on the next page. When entering a formula or function into a cell, most spreadsheet programs require you to begin with some type of mathematical symbol. I'm sorry. Hold on. What is it? As a kid, I really liked space and space science. I will never forget the expression on my on my teacher's face when she was talking about how solar system worked, and I asked questions about how solar wind affects plant orbits. Yeah, she had no clue how to respond. To tell you the truth, if you asked me that question, I would have no idea how to respond. That's a very complex answer. So yeah. Cause like, what is it? Because it's like, what is it? It's talking about the solar system and how it works. Cause it's like, you're talking about, that's like a very complex answer. Because you're talking about the solar system. And so if you apply that to like solar power and solar wind in that, that's like, at least, you would have to probably go to NASA for that one. She was like, what? I just wanted to talk about, like, the giant fans in the South. Sorry, I got a text message of like the most ridiculous pair of pants I've ever seen. Imagine a pair of jeans, but they look like underwear, and it's like, my guy, that's a funny nurse story waiting to happen. Next page. When entering a formula or function, the cell spreadsheet program. Okay. When entering a formula or function into a cell, most spreadsheet programs require that you begin with some type of mathematical symbol, usually the equal sign. You can then enter the cell address and mathematical operation to create the formula, or you can type the appropriate function name and arguments, such as a cell or range address. When creating formulas and functions, it is important to always use the cell address of the numbers you want to include in the calculation, such as equal B8 plus C8 plus D8 for the formula used to calculate the value displayed in cell E8 in figure blah, rather than the numbers themselves, such as equal 4,700 plus 4,950 plus 5,220. If the actual numbers are used in the formula instead of the equal addresses, the result of that formula, such as the total in cell E8, will not be correctly updated if one of the numbers, such as January payroll expense in cell B8, is changed. When a proper formula using the cell reference instead of the actual numbers is used, the formula will be recomputed automatically every time a data in any of the cells used in that formula is changed. The appearance of a numeric content, such as constant values, or the result of a formula or numeric function in a cell is determined by the number format applied to a cell, such as current, comma, or percent. Yeah, I did not know how to spell or read, but I asked really hard questions. Hey, listen. Kids always, listen, as kids, we, like, ask some of, like, the most ridiculous questions, and we're like, yeah, adults can totally solve that, and then it's, like, the wrong adult to solve that question. Absolute versus relative cell referencing. The copy command can be used to copy. Yes, the floor is the floor. Contents from one cell to another, in order to create a spreadsheet more quickly. This is especially true for cells containing formulas because the cells in the column or row often contain similar formulas, such as to add the values in the cell in the three columns to the left of the total cells in column E in the spreadsheet of the cell in the three columns to the left of the total cells in the column E of the spreadsheet shown. Did I just read that? I just read it again. I was like, what am I reading? In the spreadsheet as shown in figure blah. And typing formulas can be time consuming. Labels and constant values are always copied exactly to the new location. What happens to formulas when they are copied depends on whether they use relative cell referencing or absolute cell referencing. Relative cell references are used in most spreadsheet programs by default. When a formula containing relative cell references is copied, the cell address is the copied formula containing relative cell references. Formula are adjusted to reflect their new location. So the formula performs the same operation, such as adding the two cells to the left of the cell containing the formula, but in the new location. In other words, the formula of the new cell does the same relative operation as it did in the original location. For example, in the left screen in figure blah, the formula in cell D2, which uses relative cell references to add the two cells to the left of the cell containing the formula, is copied to cell D3 and cell D4. Because the cell references are all relative when the formula is copied to the new cells, the cell references are adjusted to continue to add the new cells to the left of the cell containing the formula. For instance, the cell in D3 is updated automatically to equals D3 is updated automatically to B3 plus E3, and the column in cell D4 is updated automatically to B4 to equal B4 plus C4. Relative cell reference is also adjusted automatically when a row or column is inserted or deleted. I think I understood that. I have no idea. In contrast, when absolute cell references are used, formulas are copied exactly as they are written. It is appropriate to use an absolute cell reference when you want to use a specific cell address in all copies of the formula, such as always multiplying by a constant value, perhaps a sales tax rate located in a particular cell on the worksheet, or always divided by a total in order to compute a percentage. In other words, whenever you do not want a cell address to be adjusted when the formula is copied, you must use an absolute cell reference in the formula. To make a cell reference in a formula absolute, a special symbol, usually a $sign, is placed before each column row and each column letter and row number that should not change. For example, both of the cell references in the formula is called in cell D2 in the upper right screen in figure blah are absolute, resulting in the formula equal $B, $2 plus $C, $2 being placed in both cells D3 and D4 when the formula is copied. Obviously, this is not the correct formula for these cells. The formula in cell D2 needs to use relative cell references for both cell references in order to display the proper totals in the lower right screen. However, an absolute cell reference is correctly used for cell D5 and written as $D, $5 in order to divide the total sales for each month, located in cells D2, D3, and D4 respectively. By the total sales for all 3 months, located in cell D5. To compute the percent of total sales and to sales, the reference to cell D5 must be absolute if the formula in cell E2 is to be copied to other cells, because the denominator in that formula should always be the value in D5. I feel like I understood what was just said, and I have no idea what I just read. I feel like I understood it, but at the same time I don't. Let's see. About 3/3 of way through year, teacher told me to just stop asking questions. By this point, I had asked about black holes, quasars, how atoms work, and lots of other stuff, she probably got annoyed because she could not answer most of my questions. Yeah, that sounds about right. Listen. I signed up for elementary school, not quadratic college. Not NASA. What can you do? What can you do? Am I right? Oh, this was pre-elementary school. Oh. Yeah, that makes even more sense. Listen, she signed up for preschool teaching. A is the letter A. It is 3 lines. Teacher, may I ask when the upper class will rise once again? Alright. Charts and what if analysis Most spreadsheet programs include some type of charting or graphing capability. Because the data to be included in many business charts is often already located on a spreadsheet, using the program's charting feature eliminates re-entering the data into another program. Instead, the cell containing the data to be charted are selected, and then the type of chart, as well as titles and other customizations can be specified. Charts are inserted into an Excel spreadsheet using the commands in the charts group in the Insert tab on the ribbon. Finished charts, like the one included in the spreadsheet shown in figure blah, can be moved like other graphical objects to the desired location on the worksheet. Selecting an existing chart displays 2 chart tools, contextual tabs on the ribbon. These tabs can be used to change the display or format of the chart. Because spreadsheet programs automatically recalculate all formats on the worksheet, every time the content of the cell of the worksheet is edited, spreadsheet programs are particularly useful for what-if analysis, also called sensitivity analysis, a tool frequently used to help make business decisions. For example, suppose you want to know what profit would have resulted for January in figure blah if sales had been $15,000 instead of $10,570. You would simply enter the new value, 15,000, into cell B5, and the spreadsheet program automatically recalculates all formulas, allowing you to determine from looking at the new value in the cell B13, that profit would have been $5,739.63. This ability to enter new numbers and immediately see the results shows business people to run through many more possibilities in a shorter period of time before making decisions than in the past when all the calculations had to be performed by hand. Another type of sensitivity analysis, called goal seeking in Microsoft Excel, involves having the spreadsheet compute the amount a constant value would need to be in order for the result of a particular formula to become a specified amount, such as the total sales required to attain a January profit of $5,000 if all the expenses stayed the same. Spreadsheets and the web. Let us see. This was back when I was learning the alphabet, so of course could not look any of this stuff up myself, as I could not spell any questions or read the answers. Yeah, I think what's funny is you look at some words now and it's like, how did you forget that? And then you're like, as a kid, you're like, well, how do I spell of? Nothing cracked me up than when I was doing my spelling test in first grade. And, I kid you not, I spelled of. I was like, because we did study, but obviously, you're still kids, you're still learning, and I spelled of, I kid you not, the usual way you spell of, O-F, I was like, U, V, 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 of. You definitely couldn't tell. You can definitely tell I was not cheating. Alright, spreadsheets and the web. As with word processors, most spreadsheet programs have built-in web capabilities. Although they are used less commonly to create web pages, many spreadsheet programs include the option to save the current worksheet as a web page, and hyperlinks can be inserted into worksheet cells. Microsoft Excel includes the ability to send a workbook as an email message and to collaborate online. Ranges of cells can be copied to a web publishing or word processing program to insert spreadsheet data into a document as a table. Database concepts. Oh, I could not read for all of first grade and could not spell most words. Dang, yeah. It's like on the one hand, it's like not complex, but at the same time it is complex because it feels like it's weird, right? Because you can like see words and like you could like immediately point them out, and then like when it comes to spelling words, it's like, dang. Well, how do I spell that? Database concepts. People often need to retrieve specific data rapidly while on the job. For example, a customer service representative may need to locate a customer's order status quickly while the customer is on the telephone. The register at a university may have to look up a student's grade point average or rapidly determine if the student has an outstanding fee before processing his or her class registration. A librarian may need to determine if a particular book is available to check out, and if not, when is he scheduled to return. The type of software used for such task is a database management system. Nearly choked there. Also, my handwriting was unreadable most of the time. Still not much better. My dyslexia made learning and spelling reading very hard. You can definitely relate to that. Not having dyslexia, though, I remember I learned about that as I got older, and I was like, dang, I don't understand. But I hope it, like, you know, gets better for, like, some people. And then, you know, you learn about it when you get older, and it's like, it's actually really interesting. Like, what is it? It's like, I guess, I don't know. You just kind of have to do it. You don't have it? I don't have it, but I do, I don't read and stuff a lot as much as I used to. I mostly just do YouTube. Pretty much all my brain rot that I've like suffered for the past couple of years is due to me being not social. I just don't read as well as I used to. I'm getting better again, like now that we're reading all these textbooks, and eventually once I start doing future projects, I'm gonna genuinely like teach myself how to type, and well, and that one probably not. You show some signs of dyslexia, but not all of them, so was not sure. No, I don't. I did actually, I was actually curious for some time. I learned about it because, like, Disney did a promotion back then where, like, they were talking about dyslexia with Bella Thorne. And, like, obviously it was a simplified version of it, but at the same time, I was like, man, that's actually really interesting. So for a time, I was like, maybe I should look into it for myself. I haven't looked into it still, but like, I don't know. For, pretty much even still, like, I've always kind of like, was like, even if I have this, and this, I am going to determine, I'm going to push forward, and then I'll correct it later. Let Google Docs correct it for me. Let Google Docs and Microsoft Word correct it for me so far. And, yeah, it's worked out in my favor. Though I still should probably look into it again. After all, I am an adult, and it would actually help me understand. But even still, if I don't look it up for the rest of my life, I will do this, that, and the other, just as long as I know how to spell check. Is the spell check on, Mom? Though it is interesting. I still want to look into it. I really kind of want to just look into all of it. Just, I don't know, to like show people, help people like understand it a lot better. Like, a good thing is, like, for me, even though like I've helped people with autism, I don't know really still much about autism, and I'm still learning to like still even like if you've been surrounded like by something your whole life, you still gotta learn more about it, because like there's different things that you just don't understand about it. Yeah, I use Google search engine to autocorrect something because it's better than other spell check. Yeah, it always helps. What is it? I remember I kept trying to spell, it was like a D word. I think it was dissonance or distance, or it was something close to that. And like, no matter what, I had to literally Google it into my phone because the spell check was not spell checking. Because some school programs, for some reason, despite the, like, they want you to type in like over 500, 200 words, and then they don't like have a spell check. And then the thing is, you can't, if you do notice a mistake, you can't correct it because some teachers lock the comments. And that right there has irritated me for the rest of the day. Blah, blah, blah. Computer database management is rapidly replacing paper-based filing system that people used in the past to find information. The most common type of database used with personal computers today is relational database. The basic feature and concept of this type of database software is discussed next. Relational database and other types of database programs are discussed in detail in Chapter 12. What is a database? A database is a collection of related data that is stored on a computer and organized in a manner that enables information to be retrieved as needed. A database management system, DBMS, also called database software, is the type of program used to create, maintain, and organize data in a database, as well as to retrieve information from it. Typically, data in a database is organized into fields, records, and files. A field, today most commonly called a column, is a single type of data, such as a last name or telephone number, to be stored in a database. A record, today more commonly called a row, is a collection of related fields. For example, the ID number, name, address, and major of Phyllis Hoffman. Okay, that's just an insert name. Phyllis Hoffman. A table is a collection of related records, such as all student address data, all student grade data, and all student schedule data. One or more related tables can be stored in a database file. The most commonly used relational database management systems are DBMS include Microsoft Access and Corel Paradox, both part of their respective software suites, Oracle Database, and IBM's DB2. Some of the basic features of relational database programs in general are described in the next following sections, using Microsoft Access 2016 as the example. Recent versions of Access save database files with the ACCDB extension by default, creating a database. Some spell check is adaptive, so we'll learn words it doesn't not know. But I misspell stuff so often, it then thinks my misspellings are real words and will autocorrect words to the pseudo words it learned from me. That, exactly. What is it? Like, what is it? So, like, for some, I think that's exactly what happened one time. It still happens. So, what is it? You guys know that my name is Kendra Kendrillion. Now, here's the thing. I usually like to go by Kendrillion because, I'm not doing this whole Kendrick Ken thing the entire time. But the problem is that Kendrillion is one letter long. And it really sucks when, get this, you're putting your not too long name in there and you can't put it in because it's gone in because it's too long by like one letter. So I have to put quadrillion in, but with like one less L. But now my iPhone has continuously kept it as Kendrillion. Kendrill Eon. And it's like so annoying because I have to then go back in and then input the extra L. And that annoys me so much. Creating a database. An Access database can contain a variety of objects. Tables are the objects that contain the database. Other types of objects, such as forms, queries, and reports, discussed shortly, can be created and used in conjunction with tables when needed, as shown in Figure Blah. A list of variety of objects, as shown in Figure Blah. A list of variety objects stored in the database file is displayed when the file is opened. However, you do not see the contents of the database object until you open the object. To create that database, you create the database file first, and then you create the database object you want the database to contain. Each time Access is launched, you can... Each time Access is launched, you have the option to create a new blank database file. Creating a database file getting a database file from a template or opening an existing database file. If you choose to create a new blank database file, a new blank table opens in the table's datasheet view, which displays the table in rows and columns similar to a spreadsheet as seen in Figure Blah. As data is entered into a new table using database view, the structure of the table, the field, and their properties is created. Each column becomes a new field and is given a temporary field name, a unique identifying name such as Field 1, and is assigned an appropriate data type, which identifies the access of data to be contained in the field. For example, text and numbers or a date, based on the data initially entered into the field. These properties can be changed by selecting the field and using the command on the Field tab on the Table Tools, Contextual tab on the ribbon, such as selecting the Name and Caption option in the Properties group to rename the field, or selecting a different data type using the Data Type option in the Formatting group. Each field should be given a descriptive field name, and the data type should be changed if the default data is not correct. A field can also be declared a required field if it cannot be left blank. Other field properties include the field size, the maximum number of characters allowed for the content of that field, the default value, the initial content of the field that remains until it is changed, the field description, and the format. How the field content should be displayed, such as including comma or dollar signs with numeric data. Lol. Yes, lol indeed. The table's design view, shown in the right with Figure Blah, can also be used to create the table structure and change field properties. When the table... Oh. Create table structures and field change properties when the table is saved. It is given a name Hold on, everybody. Sorry, I got a little trap. All right. it's quarantine. It's quarantine with Quabbits. I gotta go back to that chapter and like see what I did that was Quabbits, because I genuinely do not remember. That's gonna be our thing from now on, Quabbits, but she doesn't know what they are. The table's data design view, shown in blah, can also be used to create the table structure, blah, blah, blah. When a table is saved, it is given a name by the user, and both the table data and structure are saved to the table object. To add a new table to add a new table, guys. To add new data to an existing table, to edit data, or to delete data, either a form or the table's database view can be used. A form, which is created by the user for a particular table, is discussed more in Chapter 12. Typically displays one record at a time, while the table's datasheet view displays several records at one time. However, as shown in Figure blah, either datasheet view or form view can be used to change the data in the table. Data can be edited by clicking inside the appropriate field and then making the necessary edits. A record can be deleted in the table's datasheet view by clicking to the left of the first field in the appropriate row and then pressing the delete key. A field can be deleted in a table's datasheet view by selecting the appropriate field, column, and then pressing the delete key. The record buttons at the bottom of the form or datasheet view window can be used to move through the records as needed. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. To retrieve information from a database, queries and reports are used. A query is a question, or the database terms, a request for specific information from the database. Like other database objects, each query object is created and then saved using an appropriate name as part of the database file. A query object is associated with a particular table and contains criteria, specific conditions that must be met in order for the record row to be included in the query results, as well as instructions regarding which fields, columns, should appear in the query results. For instance, the query shown in Figure blah is designed to retrieve information from the product table shown in Figure blah. The query retrieves all data in that table that have prices less than $25, and the query results display only the product name, product number, and product fields, and price fields. Whenever the query is opened, only the records meeting the specific criteria at the time the query is opened are displayed, and only the specific fields and only the specified fields for those records are listed. For instance, the query results shown in Figure blah contain only 2 records from the product table in Figure blah, because only 2 records in the table contain products with prices less than $25. If a new product priced less than $25 is added to the warehouse, 3 records will be displayed the next time the query is opened. When a more formal output is required, reports are used. Reports can contain page and column headings, as well as a company logo or other graphics, and can be formatted and customized as desired. Reports are associated with a database table or query and can be easily created using the Report button or Report Wizard button on the Create tab on the ribbon. Existing reports can be modified using the Reports Design view. Whenever a report object is opened, the corresponding data is displayed in the specified location in the report. Consequently, just as with queries, reports always display the data contained in a table and the time the report is generated. Queries and reports are discussed in more detail in Chapter 12. Databases are often used on the web. Many websites use one or more databases to keep track of inventory, to allow searching for people, documents, or other information, to place real-time orders, and so forth. For instance, anytime you type keywords in a search box on the search site, or hunt for a product in a retail store's website using its search feature, you are using a web database. Web databases are explained in more detail in Chapter 12. If you presentation graphics concepts, oh my gosh, we keep going. If you try to explain to others what you look like, it may take several minutes. Show them a color photograph, on the other hand, and you can convey the same information within seconds. The saying, "A picture is worth 1,000 words," is the cornerstone of presentation graphics. The basic concepts and features of presentation graphics are discussed in the next few sections. What is a presentation graphic? A presentation graphic is an image designed to enhance the presentation, such as an electronic slideshow or a printed report, visually, typically to convey information more easily to people. A variety of software, including spreadsheet programs, image editing programs, and presentation graphic software can be used to create presentation graphics. Presentation graphics often take the form of electronic slides containing images, text, video, and more that are displayed one after another in an electronic slideshow. Electronic slideshows are created with presentation graphic software and can be run on individual computers or presented to a large group using a data projector. For instance, they are frequently used for business and educational presentations. Some of today's most common presentation graphics programs are Microsoft PowerPoint, Corel Presentations, Google Slides, and Apple Keynotes. Again, all parts of their respective software suites. The next few sections discuss creating an electronic slideshow. Using Microsoft PowerPoint 2016 as the example, recent versions of PowerPoint save files in the PPTX presentation by default. Creating a presentation. A presentation graphics program, such as the one shown in Figure Blah, contain an assortment of tools and operations for creating and editing slides. For instance, the new slides can be added to a new or existing presentation, formatting slides, layouts containing placeholders for a text and charts, and other elements on a slide can be used if desired. Text, photographs, tables, shapes, charts, and more can then be added to a slide using the Insert tab and formatted as needed. To create more exciting and dynamic presentations, multimedia objects and animation effects can be used. For instance, video and audio clips can be inserted into a slide and set up to play automatically each time the slide containing those elements is played, or alternatively to play when certain objects on the slide are clicked. Text and other objects can be animated so that the special effect can be such as flying the text inform the edge of the screen or dissolving the text in or out of the slide is used to display the text or object each time the slide is viewed. Animation settings can be specified to indicate the sequence or in which objects are displayed, such as to build a bulleted list one item at a time, whether or not a video looped continuously or not. In addition to formatting the individual items located on slides, the overall appearance of the entire slideshow can be changed by applying a theme, a combination of colors, fonts, and effects that can be applied to an entire slideshow at one time. To the presentation using the Design tab. In addition, transitions, special effects used between slides can be applied for specific slides, or random transitions can be selected for the entire slideshow. In PowerPoint, animations and transitions are specified using the animation tabs and transition tabs, respectively. Can you tell how much I love this so much? Finishing a presentation, once all the slides of the slideshow have been created and the desired animations and transition effects can be applied, the slideshow is ready for finalization. To preview the slides and rearrange them if needed, presentation graphics programs typically have a special view, such as a PowerPoint slide sorter view that shows thumbnails of all of them to their location in the program. When the slideshow is run, the slides are displayed in the designated order. The slides advance either automatically or manually, depending on how the presentation is set up. For an automatic slideshow, the amount of time each slide should be displayed before moving on to the next slide is specified using the slideshow tab on the ribbon. For a manual slideshow, the speaker or person viewing the slideshow from a standalone presentation moves to the next slide by pressing the spacebar or by clicking or tapping anywhere on the screen. If desired, PowerPoint allows narration to be recorded and played back when the slideshow is run. The speaker notes can be added into the slide as needed. Yep. Yay! You can tell I am overjoyed. I really know this is worth it in the end. Please stop. PowerPoint, like many other presentation software programs, also has a variety of speaker notes. For instance, the speaker can choose a laser pointer pen, or highlighter tool and point to items, or write on the slides while the slideshow is running, perhaps a circle or a particular sentence for emphasis, or to draw an arrow pointing to one part of the slides. Recent versions of PowerPoint also include includes presenter view that can be viewed when two display devices are available, such as when a data projector is connected to the notebook computer being used to run the presentation. The regular slideshow is projected in full screen for the audience on one display device, such as onto a large screen via the data projector, while the special presenter view version of the slideshow containing a smaller version of the current slideshow along with the speaker's notes, a preview of the next slide, a timer, and so forth, is displayed for the presenter on the second display device, such as on the notebook computer display screen. Most presentation software programs can also print the speaker notes as well as the slides, either full-size or miniature versions, printed several to a page, and create audience handouts. Presentation graphics in the web. I thought this was about coding. Why are we learning about printers and presentations? I've been doing presentations since I was in 6th grade. Why are we learning this? As with the other application programs discussed so far, presentation graphic programs can be used to generate web pages or web page contents, and slides can include hyperlinks. When a slideshow is saved as a series of web pages and displayed using a web browser, generally forward and backwards navigational buttons are displayed on the slides to allow the user to control the presentation. Graphics and multimedia concepts. Graphics are digital representations of images, such as digital photos, clip art, scanned drawings, and original images created using a software program. Multimedia technically refers to any application that contains more than one type of media, such as graphics, audio, video, and or animation, but is most often used to refer to audio and video content. There are a variety of software programs designed to help individuals create or modify graphics, edit digital audio and video files, create media files, burn CDs and DVDs, and so forth, as discussed next. Some programs focus on just one task. Others are designed to perform multiple tasks, such as to import and edit images, audio, and video, and create a finished DVD. It is. Yes. It really, really is. Graphic software, also called digital imaging software, is used to create or modify images. Graphic software programs are commonly distinguished by whether they are primarily oriented toward painting, drawing, or image editing. Although these are general categories, not strict classifications, and some products fit into more than one category. Painting programs traditionally create bitmap images, which are created by coloring the individual pixels in an image. One of the most common painting programs is Microsoft Paint. Painting programs are often used to create and modify simple images, but unless the painting program supports layers and other tools discussed shortly, use for these programs is relatively limited. This is because when something is drawn or placed on top of the bitmap image, the pixels in the image are recolored to reflect the new content, so whatever was beneath the new content is lost. In addition, bitmapped images cannot be enlarged and still maintain their quality because the pixels in the image just get larger, which makes the edges of the image look jagged. Some painting programs today do support layers and so are more versatile. Painting tools are also increasingly included in other types of software, such as the Office suite and the drawing programs discussed next. Drawing programs, also referred to as illustration programs, typically create vector graphics, which use mathematical formulas to represent image contents instead of pixels. Unlike bitmap images, vector images can be resized and otherwise manipulated without loss of quality. Typically, objects in drawing programs can be layered, so if you place one object on top of another, you can later separate the two images if desired, including drawing programs are often used by individuals and small business owners to create original art, logos, business cards, and more. They are also used by professionals to create corporate images, websites, graphics, and so forth. Popular drawing programs include Adobe Illustrator CC, Corel Draw, and Corel Painter. Image editing or photo editing programs are drawing programs that are specifically designed for touching up or modifying images. Such as original digital images or digital photos. Editing options include correcting brightness or contrast element, eliminating red eye, cropping, resizing, and applying filters or other special effects. Most programs also include options for optimizing images to reduce the file size. Optimization techniques include reducing the number of colors used in the image, reducing the resolution of the image, and converting the image to another format. Some of the most widely used consumer image editing and photo editing programs are Adobe Photoshop Elements, Adobe Photoshop Express, Apple Photos, Corel Paint Shop Pro, also shown, GIMP, and the free Picasa program. For professional image editing, the full Adobe Photoshop CC program is the leading program. Audio capture and editing software. For creating and editing audio files, audio capture and audio editing software is used to capture sound from a microphone. Sound recorder software is used to capture sound from a CD. Ripping software is used. In either case, once the audio is captured, it can then be modified as needed. For instance, background noise or pauses can be removed. Portions of the selection can be edited out. Multiple segments can be spliced together. The special effects can be such as fade-ins and fade-outs can be applied. There are also specialized audio capture and editing programs designed for specific applications, such as creating podcast or musical compositions. Professional audio capture and editing software, such as Sony Creative Software, SoundForge SoundForge Pro and Adobe Audition CC is used to create professional audio for end products, web pages, commercial podcasts, presentations, and so forth. Common consumer audio capture and editing programs include Windows Voice Recorder, Apple GarageBand, and the free Audition program. The free WavePad audio editor mobile app that can be used to record and edit video recordings which you are on the go is shown in figure blah. Video editing and DVD authoring software. Quabbit. You too. Quarantine. Quabbit to you too. Video editing and DVD authoring software. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. It is common today for individuals to want to create finished videos, such as create a video to upload to YouTube or edit home videos and transfer them to a DVD. Businesses are also often find the need for video editing, such as to prepare video clips for presentation, websites, and company's YouTube channel. Most video capture today is in digital form. So, the video can be imported directly into a video editing program by connecting the camera to a computer or by inserting the storage media containing the video, such as a DVD, into the computer. Once the video has been imported, video editing tasks such as deleting or rearranging scenes, adding voiceovers, and adding other special effects can be performed. Some editing software today can edit in high definition format. There are also mobile apps such as Vine and Instagram, showing how dated this book is, designed to help you create and share short videos taken with a smartphone. DVD authoring refers to organized content to be transferred to DVD, such as importing video clips and then creating the desired menu structure for the DVD to control the playback of those videos. DVD burning refers to recording data such as collections of songs or a finished video on a recordable or rewritable DVD. DVD authoring and burning capabilities can be included in video editing software, and there are standalone DVD authoring programs as well. DVD burning capabilities are often pre-installed on computers containing a recordable or rewritable optical drive. Some file management programs and media players discussed next include CD and DVD burning capabilities as well. Consumer video editing software includes Adobe Premiere X Elements, Roxio Creator, Apple iMovie, and Corel Video Studio. Professional products include Adobe Premiere Pro CC, Corel Video Studio Ultimate, and Sony Creative Software Vegas Pro. Just say Sony Vegas, bro. Just say Sony Vegas. Nobody says all that. Media players are programs designed to play audio and video files. They are used to play media available via your device, such as music CDs, downloadable music, or video streamed from the internet. Many media players are available for watch, such as Real Player, iTunes, VLC Media Player, and QuickTime Player. Media players typically allow you to arrange your stored music and the videos into playlists and then transfer them to a CD or mobile phone. Some players also include the ability to purchase and download music via an associated music store. It is important when using digital music to adhere to copyright laws, such as only transferring music from CDs that you have purchased and only downloaded digital music files from sites that are authorized to distribute the music. While most music download sites today are legal and charge about $1 per title, illegal peer-to-peer, P2P, MP3 file exchange do exist. Copyrights and P2P networks are discussed in more detail in later chapters. Man, if only I could get my money back from this much time wasted to tell me that piracy is wrong, even though I really don't care. Graphics, multimedia, and the web. Graphics and multimedia software are often used by individuals and businesses to create content to be included on a web page or to be shared via the web. For instance, company logos, website banners, games, tutorials, video demonstrations, and other multimedia content available on the web are created with multimedia software in addition to the graphics software already discussed. Other software used to create web multimedia content include Adobe Flash, Adobe After Effects CC. Man, this book is really dated because nobody uses Flash anymore. Adobe Flash, Adobe After Effects CC, Adobe Edge, Animate CC, Microsoft Silverlight, and other programs used to create animations, a series of images that are displayed one after another to simulate movement. Multimedia authoring software, such as Adobe Director, can be used to create large multimedia applications, such as complex games and training simulations. Other types of application software. There are many types of application softwares available today. Some are geared for business or personal activity. Others are designed for entertainment or educational purposes. Still, others are intended to help users with a particular specialized application, such as preparing financial reports, issuing prescriptions electronically, designing buildings, controlling machinery, and so forth. A few of the most common types of application software are previously covered a few of the most common types of application software not previously covered are discussed next. Alright, guys, alright, we're almost done. Desktop publishing refers to using a personal computer to combine and manipulate text. Desktop, personal, and web publishing software. Desktop publishing refers to using a personal computer to combine and manipulate text and images to create attractive documents that look as if they were created by a professional printer. Although many desktop publishing effects can be produced using a word processing program, users who frequently create publication-style documents usually find a desktop publishing program more efficient. Some popular desktop publishing programs are Adobe InDesign. I freaking hate InDesign. I actually used Adobe InDesign like a couple semesters ago. I got used to it, but I hated how I had to you could barely do anything. Clip Studio is easier to use. Are Adobe InDesign CC and Microsoft Publisher. Personal publishing refers to creating desktop publishing type documents such as greeting cards, invitations, flyers, and certificates for personal use. There are also specialized personal publishing programs for particular purposes, such as to create scrapbook pages, cross-stitch patterns, CD and DVD labels, and so forth. Web publishing software, also called website builders, when referred to as a cloud service, is used to create complete websites. Most of these programs automatically generate web pages as the user specifies what the content of each web page could contain and what it should look like. They also typically allow users to choose a theme for the website to ensure that it has a consistent appearance from page to page. After a site is created, most programs have the option of publishing directly to a web service. Web publishing programs include Adobe Dreamweaver CC, Adobe Contribute, and cloud services and cloud software such as Webs, shown in Figure Blah. Educational, edutainment, entertainment, and reference software. A wide variety of educational and edutainment, entertainment application programs are available. Educational software is is designed to teach one or more skills, such as reading, math, spelling, or a foreign language, or to help prepare for standardized tests. Entertainment software includes games, simulations, and other programs that provide amusement. A hybrid of these two categories is called edutainment. Educational software that also entertains. Reference software includes encyclopedias, mapping travel programs, cookbook programs, nutrition or fitness programs, and other software designed to provide valuable information, although still available as standalone programs. Reference information today is often cloud software or obtained via reference websites. Note-taking software and web notebooks. Note-taking software is used by both students and business people to take notes during class lectures, meetings, and similar settings. It is used most often with tablet computers and other devices designed to accept pen input. Typically, note-taking software, such as Microsoft OneNote or the Circus Ponies notebook program shown in Blah, support both typed and handwritten input. Handwritten input can usually be saved in its handwritten form as an image or converted to typed text. The notebook program also includes a voice recorder, so you can record a lecture or meeting tapping the speaker icon next to a note display, and the voice recorded at the time that particular note was taken. Note-taking software typically contains features designed specifically to make note-taking and particularly retrieving information from the notes easier. Like a paper notebook, tabbed sections can usually be created, such as one tab per course. And files, notes, web links, and any other data are stored under the appropriate tab. In addition, search notes that allow you to search for information you need quickly and easily are usually included. Online versions of these programs, such as Zoho Notebook and Evernote, are sometimes referred to as webbooks. Web notebooks. Web notebooks are designed to help organize your online research, including text, images, web links, search results, and other web resources, as well as other content, including notes, documents, and and scanned images that you want to save. CAD and other types of design softwares. As discussed in more detail in Chapter 10, Computing Aid Design, CAD software enables designers to design objects on the computer. For example, engineers or architects can create designs of buildings or other objects and modify the design to fit as often as needed. Increasingly, CAD programs are including capabilities to analyze designs in terms of how well they meet the number of design criteria, such as testing how a building design will hold up during an earthquake or how a car will perform under certain conditions. Besides playing an important role in the design of finishing products, CAD is also useful in fields such as art, advertising, architecture, and movie production. In addition, the professional CAD program, there are also design programs intended for home and small business use, such as for designing new homes and for making remodeling plans, interior designs, and landscape designs. Accounting and personal finance software. Accounting software is used to automate some of the accounting activities that need to be performed on a regular basis. Common tasks include recording purchases and payments, manage inventory, creating payroll documents and checks, preparing financial statements, keeping track of business expenses, and creating and managing customer counts and invoices. Personal finance software is commonly used at home by individuals to write checks and balance checking accounts, track personal expenses, manage stock portfolios, and prepare income tax. Increasingly, professional finance activities are becoming web-based, such as online banking and online portfolio management services available through many bank and brokerage firms, and discussed in further detail in Chapter 8. Project management, collaboration, and remote access software. Project management software is used to plan, schedule, track, and analyze the tasks involved in a project, such as the construction of a building or the schedule of preparing a large advertising campaign for a client. Project management capabilities are often included in collaboration software that enables a group of individuals to work together on a project, and are increasingly available as cloud software programs. Remote access software enables individuals to access content on another computer that they are authorized to access via the internet. Some programs allow you to control the remote computer directly. Others allow you to access your media files, such as recorded TV shows or music, from a web-enabled device while you are away from home. For instance, the Slingbox product gives you access to and control over your cable box and DVR via the internet, and TeamViewer software allows you to access a computer, such as a home or office PC, including controlling the computer and access files from any web-enabled device while you are away from home, provided you have the remote access software. The remote access software provided you have the remote access software running on your PC. Other remote access software automatically backs up all data files on your main computer and to a secure web service, so they can be accessed from any web-enabled device, such as a portable computer, smartphone, or tablet, as well as shared with others for collaboration purposes. Some companies, such as Microsoft, offer a remote access feature for technical support, where the technician will access your computer remotely to resolve your problems if you are granted permission. And that is the end of Chapter 6. Thank you very much, everybody. We will be taking a break. I will be grabbing something to eat, and we shall return here to make some thumbnails. Are you ready, everybody? I shall see thee in the next few minutes. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back, everybody. We're back. 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 All right. So we, as I said earlier, will resume with thumbnail making. As you can see, this was the thumbnail that I used last time for the previous VODs because we were drawing cute girls. We are not using this thumbnail, obviously. But I like the look of it. So, what we will be doing, now that I'm back. That took a lot longer than I wanted it to be, that couple minute break. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? Sorry, I'm still recovering. I'm recovering. I'm recovering. Guys, I'm recovering, everybody. Just repeated everything, and we shall make the thumbnails. For one, I completely forgot to make the thumbnail for I thankfully downloaded the VOD before it deleted itself. And it might be late, but I forgot that I had forgot to upload the Nintendo Direct VOD. So we'll be starting with that. Import 2 images. Because that one was a direct VOD and a study VOD as well. And I had an idea for that one. Where art thou? Here we go. So this one. Import the other one as well. And this one. What is it? Alright. So, put these up, and then... Dun-dun-dun. Too thin. Too round as well. Alright. It was fun. It was a fun reading session, as you can clearly tell from my pain, agony, and suffering that I was having the grandest time of my life. support though. Everybody still out there. I know it took a bit. So, well, I know like everybody's gotta wait. You good. Everybody good. Alright. Let's see. Or maybe this is just an idea. So nothing definitive. Let's see. What did I... Let's see. Let's see. Will this work? Was it Nintendo Direct? We did, what is it? We did the Nintendo Direct. We then did an analysis. We did the Nintendo Direct. Then, that was the first time I think I implemented reading. And then, Nintendo Direct, reading. Then we got back, and then we analyzed the Direct for like a couple hours. Hey, I had fun with it. I had fun with it. So what shall we do? All right, I think this may be it. Let's. All right, let me see. Let's see. Let's see. Right, there we go. That's the sketch for that. Let's get to business. Excuse me.
Hey.
Hey, Z-Drats! What you doing? I'm just making thumbnails. Wow, a message came literally seconds after I sent it. Internet do be flying in Poland. Cool. Speaking of which... Don't worry, I've been able to... The internet's working for me. The internet's working for me, that's why. Speaking of which, I live in Poland now. Cool. Are you sure you should be saying this in the online space? I'm not sure now. Oh well. Hey, what's done is done. Just as long as you don't give your exact location. By the way, if it's alright with you, can I have your social security number? Well, at least you're having fun. How's your day? Gosh, every time I say that phrase, I cringe. I remember I told people in my life, I was like, I'm being a streamer. And so I was getting my, at the time I was in my early stages of gathering my supplies. And so, I kid you not, I told someone who's like important in my life, I told them like, oh yeah, this is how you like stream and stuff. And they were like, so we're getting all this stuff just so that you can ask people about how their day went? Why? Let me allow that real quick. I forgot.com, make something a link. Probably /com next time. Hey, it happens. Oh yeah, that's right. So I just got reminded of what happened this morning. I like tweeted about it. So somebody... Sorry, we got peeps. We had gotten peeps. I'm sharing them with the fam. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see, why was I thinking my made-up link will actually lead me somewhere? I mean, every time you see a link, you automatically, you know, it's normal. When you get a link, you think it don't go somewhere. So what you drawing? I am drawing a thumbnail for the Nintendo Direct watch and analysis we did a couple weeks back. I'm gonna do a thumbnail for... I wanted to do a thumbnail a while ago, but I have not had time. And it was gonna be a simple thumbnail, but I just thought, you know what, special illustration for my thing. And I'm pretty sure I changed the title on the, wow, I can't believe Nintendo hired you, congrats. Thank you very much. I am getting paid, cocaine bear $1 trillion. Twitch, don't ban me, I was referencing a movie. What was I saying? Oh yeah, that's right. Earlier, somebody made the stupidest tweet in the world, saying like, why are white people trying to appropriate Asian culture? Yes, they say that with their Mortal Kombat avatar profile pic, and then they lock the comments because, of course, you know good and well someone has won the argument when they lock their comments. Oh yes, they have completely won. Play that Price is Right music, everybody. Gosh, some people are cowards. Obviously, sadly they didn't get ratioed, but the amount of people in the quote retweets, including myself, this was the first thing I saw when I woke up this morning. I was greeted to this. I had to respond. I was not putting up with nonsense in the morning. I'm like, my guy, you do realize this same logic applies to Japanese creators, right? Do you know how many people I have seen who have been named Alice? Which, I mean, mind you, I don't mind that they're named Alice. Alice is a very beautiful name. So I like it when they name themselves Alice, because it reassures me that Alice is a beautiful name. But on the other end, you have people who just are deciding to be really dumb really fast. Zdrats, I'm gonna need to ask why. Why is life like this? Why is life surrounded by people? Can't we go back to the early 2000s, where the only thing we had to worry about was why was B-movie such a really bad movie? I know it sounds off topic, I just thought it was kind of funny to reference, because that was so stupid. I don't know, I stopped living ages ago. Nope, no time machine. The day we invent time machines is the day we're gonna destroy everything as a humanity creation. Let's be real here. The day we come up with a time machine is the day that even if somebody wanted to do something good, they're going to assassinate that person who wants to do good. Let's be real here. We all know it's gonna happen. Hello. Sup, my boy? But as you can see, we are doing... Oh, I would be horrible if we ever make a time machine. Let's be real here, the government would do more horrible things if they could. They're the ones I would least trust with a time machine. Stops Big Bang. Just show up out of nowhere and be like, ah yes, the Big Bang. I stopped the Big Bang. Can't stop the Big Bang if you can't breathe. It was then they floated in space. Even in official dictionary, and I still have no idea. What is it? Even in official dictionary, I still have no idea what L plus ratio means. L plus ratio plus unfollowed plus blocked plus you put mayo on hot dog is an example in dictionary. What? L means just loser. Yeah, like Music Boy said, L means loser. That's pretty much just it. What is it? L? What is it? The L? This is the new L sign? This is like, what is it? L plus ratio is the new loser L sign. The L on the forehead. L plus ratio plus cope-sieved mold. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It is going to be so hilarious if any one of us live just so happy, if like one of us gained immortality, if someone on Earth gained immortality and like just watched history unfold. It's like this. Slang from the early 2020s was cope-sieved mold. It has now evolved into Culp Seethe Bald. Can you imagine that? Slang these days. You know, that's a very easy joke I could do there, but I don't really make those jokes. Not yet, anyway. I think the funniest thing, one of the funniest things that happened recently, it's gotta be Pippa's Valentine's Day stream. I actually wanted to stream on Valentine's Day, but I had school that day. And so, I got to tune into Pippa's stream. I missed the beginning, because she was doing the Smash or Pass thing. And I missed the beginning. I had to, like, tune out of the stream because I was kind of busy, and then, like, tune back in later. That was so hilarious. How, like, so, obviously, her Valentine's Day, that German battleship. Right, everybody? Ratio means more popular in reference to the ratio of likes you get into the number of I get on Twitter. It's like, it's just sort of loser. You have the loser opinion. Culp Seethe Mauled. Culp Seethe Mauled, everybody. Culp Seethe Mauled. I have no clue what the hot dog one is, though. I'm pretty sure it's just because, like, you're disrespecting someone's preferences. Like, what is it? Like, L plus ratio plus, loser plus you don't even get A's on your test. Cut it out of context. Plus you drink toilet water. Plus you drink toilet water. Plus, your dog is very dumb. Example, original post, a hot dog is a sandwich. L plus ratio plus unfollow plus blocks plus you put mayo on your hot dogs. You put mayo on your dogs? They did surgery on a grape? Remember how that was like the introduction to 2020? That was your introduction into the 2020s. They did surgery on a grape? Was that the 2020s? Or was that... Now that I think about it, was that the 2020s? Or was that just, something that came near the end of the 2010s? I think it would, like... I'm pretty sure it, like, came in, like, the 2020s. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. I don't know how I do not know how artists are able to draw so fast with, like, some of this stuff. The moment they hear a Nintendo Direct, they're, like, speed run some of this stuff. Let's see. Alright, now that looks a 10 times better. Let me see, though. cancel. Let's see, what could go wrong if humans make a time machine? Someone kills historical world leaders. Someone brings technology back to people who should not have it. Paradox, probably other stuff too. Okay, I definitely think paradoxes can happen. I don't think, cause like, time machines so much, like, if we actually genuinely developed a time machine, there could be there's like so many possibilities. Like, I don't know, like what? You could like meet historical figures, they could give you advice, like certain things. Like, think about it. Like, think about this. Like, say you do believe in God, and like all things are destined to be the way they are. The amount of like shock people probably could have if they, I don't know, somehow encountered God in that entire debacle and then like God's like, I said, don't change the flow of time and don't kill this person. The amount of shock and awe somebody like could bring that back and be like, okay, I quit. And then the amount of people who like do that. You could kill off George Washington and poof, country gone. True. But what would, oh man. Or maybe the country isn't gone and somebody else comes instead. Like, there's so many possibilities. Like, there's just so many possibilities. It's kind of shocking how many there could be. I mean, not super shocking, but like shocking enough. Alright, there we go. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning. Look, Mom, computing. I don't know why, but that meme's just stuck with me because it's just so stupid. Dang. It's just like, there's so many possibilities. What if even like changing a thing in history doesn't change anything at all? Like multiverse theory. What if it doesn't do anything? What if it just creates another timeline? What if it creates a timeline? What if it just opens up a portal and then all dimensions can interact all at once? There's that too. There's so many possibilities. What if it does nothing? What if it does everything? And that's the cool thing about time travel. And then like watch like years later we end up coming up with time travel and it's like the lamest thing ever. It's like, ugh. Oh, if you can mess with time enough, it'll do something. True. Ooh, true. Who knows? You never know. Arms too short, I don't like it. Something could happen. Something might not happen. Who knows? It's all about cause and effect. Schrodinger's cat. It's Schrodinger's cat. But the butterfly effect is quite dangerous and could be disastrous. True. As you can clearly, what is it? I forgot what game that was. As we clearly saw in that one game where they had that Wendigo thing, the butterfly effect can do all sorts of things. Let's see. What game was that? I can't remember. It was that one game that people were talking about back in like 2015. I know MatPat played it. But also, if you broaden your perspective and look at the present from the perspective of the future, the butterfly effect also applies to the present, just even more unpredictable. Ah, true. True. Because what, your present? Because here's the thing, you can affect all the past all you want. The moment something happens in the present, that's just inescapable. Let's see. I want to pull up a reference for one of the, something I have planned in the future, but I know good and well, if I do that, it's gonna spoil you guys. Is it though? It depends, I guess. Like, it's one thing to have future knowledge. What's the difference between the past and the present? Knowledge and experience, technically. But technically, if you look at the, what is it? Knowledge and experience, pretty much, but the moment you get a glimpse of the future, that becomes your present. Because you can either avoid that in the present or not. I guess. Who knows? Knowledge, experience, emotions you probably never felt before. Those are a lot of things. A lot of things. Definitely. If you look at both from the perspective of the future, it all is seen as the past. True. I guess you're right. No, you really are right. What is it with 2023 and all these games I want to play and buy? We got Professor Layton, we have Kirby's Dream Deluxe, we have all this stuff. Oh yes, and Splatoon. The DLC. There was so much there during that direct. I was like dying. I still got the clip. I still got that clip? That clip is still there. I'm sorry, but that clip is still there. I hate it. I hate it so much. I clipped it on purpose, but like at the same time, like do you got if you? I'm not sure if like you gotta like Here we go. I'm like playing it to myself. It's a beautiful scene of me literally physically dying. It's me dying to Professor Layton. Let's see. Professor Layton is just okay, I know I feel like that probably made me look like a Professor Layton fan, but I have not. I have only played Lady Layton. I call it Lady. I know it's Layton's Mystery Journal when they like redistributed the title because people didn't like the fact that it was called Lady Layton, not because of anything weird. People just thought it was kind of. People are like, but Herschel. People are like, oh, I guess. I think that was like the first time I had collectively seen a fandom go like, it's not that that's a bad thing, but at the same time, I would prefer if you didn't do that. Let's see. I'm trying to sketch out his face, but the dude's face is literally a rectangle with curves. I'll do my best. I never even finished Lady Layton. I know, fake Layton fan here, fake Layton fan. But I was actually really curious. Just like The Village. Yes, I can crack really bad jokes. Have I done enough yet? Have I cracked more bad jokes yet? Let's see. Yes, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere with it. Not gonna lie. What was it like a couple weeks ago? I remember. Does anybody remember the backlash that was Ghostbusters 2016? What is it? I just randomly got a video from. No. I was watching Just Stop, and he was it Just Stop? No, not Just Stop. I was watching Cartoon Chi, and he brought up, like, he was like, Angry Video Game Nerd had, like, one of the best takes out there, that apparently people still haven't gotten yet. I was, like, sent back all the way to, like, 2016 when I, like, first was getting into the, movie reviewer community. Man, I remember, like, the amount of backlash. It was, like, my first time seeing, like, so much backlash like that. And it made me realize, wow, if I ever am going to make a product, don't do whatever these people did. Because it was a disaster. If you guys remember, like, what they did, it was pretty disastrous. Not the actresses, I mean the director. Remember, guys, if you don't like what I like, you're everything in the book, and I will make sure everybody knows. You are a monster in disguise. You are a monster you are a monster. You are a monster. That's it. That's the only thing you are, a monster. I know people are like, why would you bring this up? It's been years. I don't know. I thought it was funny. What is it? What is it? It's so funny. And it also sent me back because, what is it? Me and my sister, we were watching Milo's Murphy's Law, which if you have not seen Milo's Murphy's Law, it's a good series. Watch it. And one of the jokes was literally a Ghostbusters 2016 reference. Or at least the movie trend of, wow. I think the joke went like this. Wow, you have saved this wow, you have made this movie so much special by turning all the men into women. Listen. All I'm just saying is this is Hollywood in a nutshell. Let me see. Oh, man. Let's see. It's like so weird though, going back to stuff like 2016 and like how everybody was like, this kid, was it not 2016, like the backlash was in 2015, and then like everything else afterwards was just chaos. I look back on that and I'm like, wow, we were a naive bunch. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's use our time machine for that. To tell the director of Ghostbusters 2016, it's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. Not gonna lie. So you guys probably can't see it right now. I obviously, I have, a reference of, like, Leighton right next to me. And, like, it's a reference of when, I guess, he was supposed to be younger, and, how he's, like, wearing different clothes. And it's like, I really want to add the ascot so much. But I know it's not gonna work out because he doesn't wear one anymore. And he didn't wear one in the trailer, so don't do it. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Let's see. suck at puzzles. Will say though, I am prepared for when I do pick up the game that I will indeed suck at puzzles. That is unavoidable. Let's be real here. That's gonna be so unavoidable. Let's see. He has a round head. Dang, not the wrong pen. I will say though, I think the best thing about what is it? Not gonna lie, I think the best thing about a Nintendo Direct is going back to like the subreddits of communities you know have probably been like on the brink of death, starving for content for the last millennia. And then they're like, oh, guys, we have content again. I think that's kind of funny. Nope. That's a tall top hat. I should make it a chef's hat. You suck at puzzles. fix them. Line, please. Did I? I deleted the rim! No! Okay, that was way too close. I almost deleted the rim. Alright, paste. That would have been pretty bad. spreads. guys are very hard to draw. I should probably learn how to do that thing called learning how to draw guys. Time to look up some tutorials. Let's see, let's look up a tutorial on how to draw guys. Everybody, we gotta look up a tutorial on how to draw guys. Da -da -na 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 -na. There we go. There we go. All right, that makes it better. Let me see. Not that dark. Hmm. Love it. I love that word so much. Hello. You have returned. What? Let's see. I'm learning about hands. I'm learning about hands. hold on real quick, everybody. I'll be right back. Not chat room. Not waiting room. I didn't even notice my microphone was turned like all the degrees, 50 yards away. Sorry, I'm not doing anything at the moment. I am looking up references for Pikmin Captain because apparently nobody screenshot them. Because of course. And every time they screenshotted a picture of the captain, it was always... Finally! They always screenshot the captain. It was always like a photo of them on the dog, of the pig dog. I like the way the bud is in the new trailer than like the in Pikmin 3. It looks better. It looks better and I like that. Thumbs up, yeah. It's definitely weird though. I still can't. I'm actually wondering why nobody's like uploaded screenshots with the new captain. Surprisingly. I'm like looking all online for references and I'm thinking, oh, maybe they didn't really show the captain. I'm going through like the actual trailer they showed like a couple weeks ago. There's like plenty of shots of the captain and like the most and like all the what is it? The reason why I say that is because most of the screenshots I found were of the captain riding the dog, and it's like, my guy, they showed the dog for like not even that long. Aren't we supposed to be focusing on like the captain? I know the dog is important. I know the Pet the Dog account is frothing right now because they added a dog to Pikmin. But still. Alright, let's get a shot of them moving. quick second. everybody. I got something to do real quick. Dun, 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 dun. Hey everybody. Looks like the direction of this night has taken a turn. Not for the worse, just for the fact that I got things to do now. We gotta make dinner. We got the dinner time. So maybe I might finish a lot of this off screen and then probably resume. Maybe we'll resume tomorrow. So pretty much just what's gonna happen now is we're just gonna log off for today, and I had fun with you guys. A full-on 6 hours, almost at 7. This is gonna be a pretty long VOD. So, with that being said, I shall see thee for tomorrow's reading session. You guys have no idea how grateful I am that you're actually willing to put up with this. So, see you tomorrow. Yep, one of your longer ones. Yeah, I haven't streamed this long since, when I first started. So, let's raid somebody and then head out for the day. Luna Arena. Yeah, why not? Let's start the raid on the Luna Arena. I'm gonna toss in my raid stuff. Not select all. Hold on. Shame me all you want for not having a bot to do it, but this is real peak fiction. All right, there you go. We shall